chance, would you read my letter if I had it sent? If I wrote you a chance? Would you read my letter if I had it sent? If I wrote you a letter now, would I have a chance? If I wrote you a letter now, would it even be read? If I wrote you a letter now,
Do 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 do. Ba do 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 da ba do 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 do. Hi everyone, me Angelic Being. You the audience, you welcome me Angelic One. You audience, me welcome. Hola. Hey everyone, I wanted to welcome you to the program. I know yesterday was a little different, but Sig had to go off on his old tangent and shit. And he's got more shit to tangent about, but he's gonna play games tonight. Yep, he's gonna play games tonight because his newest tangent he definitely can't talk about. So, yeah. So we're just gonna play video games and just pretend the other tangent didn't happen. But for now, I'm with the show. Yo. Oh, yo. Yum. Anyway, on with the show.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the program. We're live! Episode 1961? 1961! Slowly and steadily approaching the episode year. That's right. We are 62 episodes away from the episode year. Ah, yes, the episode year. Where the episode and the year will be exactly the same. One day we will have the year episode where it'll be what, that would be, I don't know, like, I mean, I guess technically you need the last two digits to equal the year. So we're gonna have to wait until we get to the 2000s. So you figure you'd have to get to 23 at the end, and then so it'd be, I guess the earliest it would be able to happen would be like we already skipped the one, which would be the 1/1/23, 1/2/23. You know, all those are gone. So now we're moving into the next grouping will be the Februaries. 2/1/23. At 2/1/23. So, assuming it falls on February, let's assume 2/1/23 equals February 1st, 23, which I don't think it's gonna line up like that way. I should really sit down. Like, I'm one of those people that'll sit down and figure out what day that'll be, where the episode number completely equals the year. And watch, it won't be something for like 10, 15, 20 years or something like that. I'll be like, well, I guess I gotta stream for 10, 15, 20 years now. You know, no holds bar, just keep streaming non-stop. Can't stop, won't stop. So say, what made you keep streaming for the rest of your life? Well, I had this dream that the episode year would one day equal the, I'm trying to get the music up and running, guys. I do apologize. Well, I should say, I'm trying to get the episode year up. The episode year. I'm trying to get the mixer. I need routing. Music. There we go. I did it. I was like, I know there's a way to, like, I know I gotta get it to route properly. I should really save the settings at some point. Like, I have the default settings, but I haven't re-saved the hardware settings onto the device since we started playing the music on the program again. So, I should probably get on that. Yeah, you figure it only happens for so many times. So you have one 120, like 1/1/23, 1/2/23, 1/3/23. You know, you get all the way to 1/9. You know, so that's where we're heading on right now. So 1/9, we already passed it. Fortunately, 1/9/23, January 9th, did not happen. Like, those did not line up, unfortunately. Sad day. So you figure that's the first example of it just not matching up. So then now we're up to the twos. And you gotta remember, these are like hundreds of episodes apart, you know. You know, 2/1 to 2/2 is 100 episodes apart. 2/2 to 2/3 is 100 episodes apart. I think if it's not going to land in February, then it'll wind up becoming 2/4. Will be the next grouping. It's like 2/1, 2/4. Which I don't even think that'll line up. Because 2/1 would be 200 episodes from now, and February is next month. And it's not so easy as you can go, all right, well, let's just increase the first number. The first number is by the thousands, you know. It's going to wind up being something ridiculous. Like, I'll be 90 years old in a nursing home when the numbers line up. I'll be senile. The old nursing home people turn the monitor on. Oh, it's me. Who am I? You're Stevens or Siegfried. I am. Oh my luck, that'll be the time when the channel finally explodes, because people will be watching this elderly version of me. Short streams only, can only handle like 30-40 minutes. This old man has been streaming for 50 years straight, non-stop. Even in the nursing home, he is still streaming. Let's talk to him now. How you doing, sir? We're yellow. I'm yellow, asshole. The same team, jeez. Chill out. We're the same team. Same team. So, how do you still have the energy to stream after 50 years? I'm streaming. Yes, you are. Awesome. Oh, look at that. Running with the W key while muting myself with my other hand. Originally, I wanted to get a like a cough button or sneeze button. A lot of radio broadcasts, they actually have a pedal that you can put your foot on the pedal, so that way your hands remain free for the soundboard, for everything. And originally, I wanted to have one of those pedals, and yeah, to overhaul my entire system, they get it to do that. Yeah, thanks but no thanks. You can keep your pedal. I mean, I guess the easiest way to do it, you know, I really hate that the Crocs have like that double bite. Because once they start doing their double bite, it's really hard to get them to like do anything else. And once they start the combo, it's like a pain in the ass to get them to get off of the combo. Why is there one back there? Oh, he's got to be glitched. So yeah, that was the crux of it. Is just like what you'd need to do. There's two ways to do it. Either you buy a soundboard that allows you to have a cutoff switch that's external, or you have a device that you link in the middle of your wire that then connects it and disconnects, which is probably the easier of the options. But it was starting to get overcomplicated, and well, now without even having to think about it. Sure, it's not a pedal or foot, and I need my hand, but I just figured having it as a pedal would be a boon, because sometimes my hands are busy. Grab this silk weave real quickly. I do like how they were shooting at me like I don't have a yellow banner above my head. My guys. Come on. There we go. 40 more seconds. Yeah, when I saw I was down to like, how many points left? 30k of tokens. I'm like, yeah, I need to do a PvP run for today. Restore some of those points. It's 23,000 points you get back. Nice. You spend 14,000 a day on gypsum. So it really means I'm only fixing 9k worth of tokens. In other news, anyone who's been following at home, so I'm feeling a little bit better today. Still a little ouchings. So I've still been just taking it easy on it. Want to buy a stacked deck, 6.2k. I'm assuming it means it's much, much higher in the auction house. 6k shards plus 6 chests in Lazarus DM for info, 13 minutes ETA. I love how, like, they are so secure in themselves that they can four-man a M10 enough that they can invite someone in. But because they're doing it, they got screwed over the other day. Someone said, sure, I'll do it. I'll pay X. And then they invited him in. And then he joined the group. The guy ran in, grabbed the 6 chests, the 6 shards, got his gold and everything. And then was like, alright, see you later, bye. Never paid them. And they were so angry. They were in chat, bad-mouthing this guy. Now, if you missed yesterday, we wound up not streaming a game. I wound up talking about something I'm really passionate about, which is what's the current state of the OGL, so to speak. And when I talked about it, I was talking about it with my friend Tom, and everything went well. You know, it was a good time. And the big question was, like, basically, Wizards had still not responded. Well, they responded today, and I will not be talking about it because I am very passionate, but at the same time, because of my position in and acceptance forms under the Venture Lieutenant and under Catalyst Games Demo Agent, I cannot speak bad about a company. And so I will not talk about it because I wish to remain silent, because then I can protect myself. That is the best thing I could do for myself. Yep. Take that however you wish. But yeah, Wizards responded, and let's just say the community at large proceeded to respond back in a not so positive light. So the only way I would be able to respond and protect myself would literally be like, this person said this, and this person, like, reading people's responses and like basically not have any like flexion of like how I actually feel. Because the whole situation is remember when this used to sell for a bunch of money? Oh, this used to sell for a bunch of money too. This never sold for anything. I should really go through, I have these, right? I learned them? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just gonna like not respond. It's safer that way for me. But it felt nice to talk about the whole situation, so to speak, because it is something near and dear to me. It's something that means a lot to me. You know, when you've been in the tabletop RPG community for a long time, you know, like, it's almost like you feel like you have a vested interest in everything going well, you know. You have a vested interest in the hobby succeeding. Which I do. I have a vested interest. I want the hobby to do well. Because I want the hobby to be around for a long, long, long time. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we lost another region. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So it's 4, 4, and 4 again. Ordo's getting pushed here. This new guild, whoever these are, Bark for Heels. They have to be transfers from the other server. But yeah, it's I have a vested interest in it going well. You know. I mean, to give you an idea, with tabletop RPGs, I did things when I was a kid that they tell you not to do. Right? Like, quite literally, I was every Saturday afternoon like Saturday afternoon like storyline, right? Kid befriends older gentleman. Older gentleman says, "Hey, why don't you come over to my house?" Young child walks over to older gentleman's house. Insert horror / bad, you know, things, you know, start happening, you know? And so, like, it started out with my first GM. His name was Dave. Well, my first GM technically was Tom. But like external, like the people who like really got me into it. The first GM I ever had was Dave. Dave was a cool guy. I love Dave. And he was like a great guy, you know. We were a table of young bucks, you know, like all ages between like 11 and like 16, sitting at his, you know, at his table. And I remember it was like he would come in and he had like a luggage like an airport luggage thing. And he would roll in and open up his luggage thing, and inside there was all of his books. You know, and this is during 2nd edition of Dungeons and Dragons, where every class had its own book. So like there would be like all these subclasses for each class, and you know, like it was really, 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 really super in depth. like the things you could do depending on which books you had, and he had them all, and he carried them all with him. You know, that was his big thing. He carried everything. And I remember I was 13, and I was like, all right, I want to, like, I started collecting the books. You know, I remember getting my first core rule book from a hobby store inside the local mall. And I remember starting to read through the book in the living room. And of course, my father, you know, he sees it and he sees some of the imagery. And let's be honest, some of the imagery back then is usually like dudes fighting monsters and girl with gigantic tintums on the in the art screaming for help while the monster is like in between her and the person. And then like the next image would be like this lady beating the shit, like, but like really like good art, right? Like really, really, really fantastic art. But like my father would see like the pictures with like the girls with the giant bosoms, and he would sit there and go, oh, I see why you like this. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here really reading rules and stuff like that. I didn't even like notice the giant titums girl, you know. You know, didn't even notice the giant, you know, titums girl on the on the page, because I'm like reading the rules and learning things and learning how to play this game. And here's my father, and he's like, and so Dave was cool, and through Dave, I met this guy named Sal, and Sal played Warhammer 40K and Mech Warrior. And so he told me about how every Saturday at his house, him and a couple friends would play Warhammer and play Mech Warrior. And so I was like, oh, I'll come play. And he's like, all right. And so I remember on a Saturday morning at like 10, 11 o'clock. Now you got to remember, I'm like 13 years old, 14 years old. I was forbidden from leaving the local area. And here I'm walking 2 towns over. Not even telling my, not even telling my mother that I'm going to this dude's house. Like literally just like, do it. Like, again, told you, it was everything that you've ever seen you should never do as a kid, and here I'm doing it. And it wound up being, you know, like I whether you want to say I was lucky or you want to say whatnot, it went normal, you know. Like I sat there, I played some Mech Warrior. I still have the sheets from back then of playing Mech Warrior in my mech, and you know, so on and so forth, because he helped me build my own mech, you know, like him and his friends helped me build my own mech. He's the one that fostered my like me falling in love with the miniatures community, you know, like where like I started getting involved with like because he's the one that told me what he would do, which is like, oh, I buy an army and I paint it and I make it all nice and pretty, and you know, I take it to a tournament and I win the tournament, and then when I win the tournament with it, I would sell it, you know, because then it's a tournament winning army, and it would sell for more money because you could sell it as a tournament winning army because it's now proven, right? And then you use that money that you've earned from that to buy new and make a new army, right? And it's just basically the hobby feeding the hobby feeding the hobby, right? And so that's how I got into like miniatures. I loved it, you know. Like I was playing miniatures like hardcore, you know. yeah, it cost me a stupid amount of money, you know, doing the miniatures game. And I did that for a bunch of years. Until, like, there was a couple armies that just didn't sell. Because, like, or didn't sell as well because, like, I bought at, like, the wrong time. Because I didn't understand, like, the waves of how the system worked, you know, where it's like the system would release a new army or a new set of troops, and it would basically obsolete certain parts of the army. And so, like, if I wound up buying into a build type late into the cycle, then yeah, I'd win a tournament with it, right? But, like, by the time I would get around to selling it, the new model of the week came out that would just be like way stronger, way better, you know, or counter what I built. And so, like, people would just be like, well, GG. And so I'd be able to sell it, but I'd wind up selling it at a loss. And at that point, it's just, for young me, it was just way too expensive of a hobby. And so I lovingly refer to that point in my life of, like, when I was, like, highly, like, into the miniatures, you know, like, painting and everything. I'll never go back. Never, ever. Because I recognize how much money I was spending. So, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it at the time. But I just like, I look back at, like, my time in the tabletop RPG community, and thankfully I had a lot of people who were good, and, you know, as I said, they were in their 50s, 60s, 70s. And they were some of the greatest dudes ever who fostered my love for tabletop RPGs. Which is partially the reason why, like, when the option to become a Venture Lieutenant for Paizo came up, and then eventually a demo agent for Catalyst Games came up, I was like, yeah, I'll do it. Because, like, a long time ago, some guy... many guys, you know, saw me and my interest, and, you know, basically went, new players welcome, and we're here for you, you know. And so now, sure, I'm not 50, 60, 70. The age brackets of people involved in the tabletop RPG community has definitely dropped. But, like, I feel like that kinship of, like, back in the day, you know, someone took what I enjoyed or what I was starting to fall in love with and made sure that I learned and I grew and I was accepted into the hobby. And I take those steps now on my own. It's just like, when I run a table, if, like, I have a new player, they sit down and they're like confused. I'm like, listen, I can understand it's confusing. You're getting frustrated. Take a second, breathe, you know. And I give them the same speeches I was given a long time ago. You know, like, listen, I get it. It's a lot. You know, your first time sitting at a tabletop game, it's a lot of moving parts the first time you play. You know, you get hit with a lot of information. But you just gotta be that person that's there for them and just be like, listen, I got you. You have any questions, you ask me. I will sit here calmly and respond and answer everything. I will help you through this. You know, because I want people to succeed in the hobby. I want people to fall in love with the hobby the way that I fell in love with the hobby. You know? You know, because I want a roving drove of elderly men in a nursing home where we have Thursday night games at the nursing home. Like, that would be my dream. If I ever wind up in a nursing home, I want a bunch of our elderly asses, you know, playing Dungeons and Dragons, you know, or Pathfinder, or whatnot, or what have you, you know, whatever the flavor of the week is at the time, you know. But yeah, I was walking everywhere. Like, the two game stores I played at were like 2 or 3 towns over. You know, so like we walked. You know, hold on. I can figure it out right now. Google Maps. I never actually looked up how many miles these walks were. So it would have been, let's see here. Yeah, so right here. So, one way, leaving my house and walking one way, was 4 miles for the one store. 4-mile walk down a highway. At one point, we'd have to cross the highway, and it was definitely not the safest crossing ever. But like, that was a 4-mile walk to go to the one game store, and then the other game store was, let's see here. That one was this way. Yeah. Directions here. 5 miles. You know, so one store was 4 miles away, one store was 5 miles away. The one that was 5 miles away definitely had the safer but not as safe trip. So like, walking down the highway, right, is one thing, right? Like, when you're walking down a highway, you have a shoulder, the whole 9 yards, but you're still walking down a major highway, right? The other one, right? The other one, sure, it wasn't walking on a highway, but we were walking down roads that were like 40, 50 miles an hour, but there was like barely any, if no shoulder. You know? Like, quite literally, like, there was just like it was like, good luck. I wished you the best of luck walking down this road. But I also used to walk to and from my high school. you're starting your biting bullshit. Oh my god. I called it. It's one of the problems that happens with musket is if you get caught with the bite, you wind up in an animation lock where your body continually tries to reload the gun and it hesitates your dodge. And the problem with the double bite is the bite happens, your body goes, alright, start reloading again. And then you get bit again, and it's like, alright, start reloading again. And it's like, it's not like the timer, like there's a timer on it. You know, where it's like, alright, it's done. No, just keep going. What the hell are you throwing an axe at? And so, like, when I was in marching band and all that, sometimes, like, I would have band practice, or I'd have concert band practice, or I'd have jazz band practice, or I'd have musical practice. That was late at night, you know, and my mom was working 2-3 jobs to make ends meet. You know, so like sometimes my mom wasn't able to pick me up. If it wasn't on the weekend, she generally would not be able to pick me up. And so I'd have to walk home from school, and school was like 8-9 miles away, you know. But like going to the gaming store is basically the same path as the path that's going to the high school. So I knew that path well. Like I learned to cut through. Like there was a path you were not supposed to take because you basically went through private land, but I would do it anyway because it was a shortcut. It would like basically cut like a mile off the trip because you're basically drawing a straight line instead of like going around the private property. You're just going straight through it. So like walking to me back then was just like, it was normal for me. Like I didn't think twice about it. So like when like something came up with the hobby of, hey, do you want to play some table, to say when, say less, I'll be there. You know, that's why like on my one profile on I have a profile out there on a couple websites for trying to find tables. I literally have it labeled as "Have dice will travel," because that's literally like was my motto like growing up. Is like I have dice and I will travel. You know, I don't care. Tell me where I need to be and I will be there. No questions asked. No nothing. You say be here at this time, I will be there. You know, now thankfully, unlike Dave, where I used to have to carry a giant luggage cart of books, the advent of PDFs has happened. Thank God. My back is eternally grateful for that. Eternally. Alright, no one's done it yet, which means I could do it. Me, Siegfried! No aggro me. No, yeah, just keep spitting. Keep spitting. You're good. You're good. Keep spitting. Keep spitting. No, stop spitting at me. Stay on the other way. Alright, I roll. I roll. I run. There we go.
Oop. Hemp. I like hemp. There it is. Yeah, I used to like travel all the time. Like I was just like, I will be there. Where do you need me to be? I was going to conventions. I was like the local conventions. I was like the second I got my driver's license. And I found out about tabletop RPG conventions. Shit. Hell, my first convention. I know I told this story once before, so I'm going to tell it again because it's like I was 14 years old. The first GM that I told you about, Dave, he told me about the convention, right? And he's like, you can come, you can, you know, like you can stay in, like, again, everything they tell you not to do, boys and girls, I was doing, and somehow I survived it all. Dave was like, oh, you can come with me to, again, didn't tell my parents, didn't tell anyone. You know, my mom was working 3 jobs, so like I was able to be like, oh, I'm gonna stay at Bob's house. You know, my mom would be like, okay. You know, she would be like, all right, he's with Bob, my friend from school. When in actuality, I was going off with Dave, his older man, to a convention, into a hotel room, and literally just sit there and play, you know, tabletop games for like hours and hours and hours. Like an unconscionable amount of like tabletop gaming was happening during a convention. I still do it to this day with like Gen Con, but like back then I was young, you know. And I remember it was my first con, and I was at it, and it was on Sunday. It was Saturday or Sunday. I forget which day it was. And at that point, we've already been like 2 or 3 days into the con, and I'm like tired. I'm kind of hungry because I woke up a little late that morning. And this older guy is sitting there, and he's like, "Son, you okay?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just a little tired, and I'm hungry." He's hungry. I could help you with that. And so he pulls a bowl out of his bag. Again, things you're not supposed to do. Accepting food from a stranger. Things they tell you not to do. And here I am. And he's like, oh, yeah. He pulls out a bowl, puts a bowl next to me, puts a bowl in front of him, right? Pulls out a box of cornflakes, right? Like literally like Kellogg's cornflakes, right? Pours in some in my bowl, pours some in my bowl, his bowl, right? And like in my mind, I'm like, he's carrying milk? Right? And he's like, son, we call this the breakfast of champions here in the conventions. He then pulls out of his bag 2 cans of Budweiser beer, cracks them both open, and proceeds to pour 1 can into his bowl and 1 can into my bowl, and then pulls out 2 spoons, puts it in there, and then pushes it over and says, all right, that should do. That'll help you a little bit. And so, like, lo and behold, that was my first quote-unquote breakfast of champions meal at a convention. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, I know. You're going to do it again while I'm animation locked. I have no stamina left, so I'm dead. Yeah, I could have easily like consumed the potion, but I wasn't feeling it. I'm like, all right, whatever. If you want to kill me, kill me. Get it over with. And so that was my first, like, breakfast of champions. Now, would I do that to, like, someone new to the community who's 14 years old? No. No, I wouldn't. But me, I was just like, oh, okay. Young, impressionable me. You know, this is where they tell you, you know, you shouldn't be, like, you know, meeting up with strangers, right? And lo and behold, here I am, like, having the breakfast of champions in the morning, 14-year-old me, empty stomach with a can of Budweiser in my not Frosted Flakes, but my cornflakes. And it's just like, it was the most disgusting thing I have probably ever eaten up to that point, because it was just like, not only was it beer and cornflakes mixed together, but it was beer and cornflakes mixed together, and the beer was warm because it was in his bag. You know, and I'm like sitting here going, had I not been there to get this bowl of cereal, would he had just another can of beer in his bag that, like, he would have been like, oh, next game, you know, like, like, I was astonished. Like, I really am. Like, I am the example of what you should not be doing, you know, and somehow I survived it, you know. No, you should not be meeting strange people that you know nothing about at their house 2 towns over and not tell your parents about it. No, you shouldn't go to a hotel with an adult that you barely know. Well, I guess at that point I knew Dave for 2 years and had been going to Dave's house on and off for the last 2 years at that point. If Dave was gonna do something to me, it would have been prior to, let's go to the hotel room at this convention, you know? Or at least I would have thought, you know? But that's what I'm saying, is like, I was the poster boy of, please don't do this. Please, please, please don't do that. Let's see here. What can we put away? But I got lucky. I had a lot of people that fostered my love for, you know, to get back on track. I got lucky that I had a lot of people that fostered my love for tabletop role playing, and I will do everything in my power to do the same for anyone else that I come across. That's like, that just gets into the field. And, you know, like they just got into it and they have questions or they want to learn. Done. Say less. I'm here. You dump whatever questions you have on me. I will answer them all day and night. Because I'm sure I was the annoying kid growing up with 1,000,000,001 questions dealing with, you know, like, learning the systems back then. Because back then, the systems were much more complicated. Like, there was a term. Myself and Tom, we joke about it because we didn't find it hard. But it was like, the community hated it. It was this term, it was called THAC0. THAC0, which is to hit armor class 0, right? Is basically a mathematical formula of what does someone need to roll to hit armor class 0. So, like, your classes would give you certain bonuses to hit, and your magic items would give you certain bonuses to hit, and people's armor, you would start at, I think it was 10. I think it was a base 10 armor system. But as you put on more and more armor, your armor class would go lower. You know, and so the big key was at armor class 0. If you were at armor class 0, you needed a 20 with no other modifiers. You needed a 20 to hit you, right? But for every modifier you added, right? Every modifier you added, that number would come down. And like, so like, it was like this whole push and scale system. And so like, you can learn like, all right, so I have a plus 10 to hit, which means someone who has an armor class of 0, I have 50% chance of hitting them. Someone with an armor class of 5, you know, which is a little bit easier to hit, I would have a 75% chance to hit, you know, because I would need a 15 or better. And someone with no armor, I was guaranteed to beat the shit out of them. It was a simple system, but like, it was a lot of math. But like, trying to teach someone THAC0 for the first time, like, it was crunchy. It was very, 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 very crunchy. It is a much more, Pathfinder 2's armor class system is a much more elegant system. Much, much more elegant system to handle armor classes and to hits and everything. To say the least. Oh god, Monster Energy is releasing an alcoholic version of itself soon. Oh boy! I guess that's the logical conclusion of getting, you know, like the younger generation to drink shitloads of energy drinks is now, well, now that they're used to loving Monster Energy or this and that, let's now just make our own alcoholic beverage with our label on it and people will buy it. But yeah, I was definitely the poster boy of please do not do this. You know, do not do this. Like if my situation was different, let's just say like my mom didn't have to work 3 jobs and, you know, my father wasn't my father. Yeah, we'll put it that way. You know, let's say if like the situation was different and like, would I have enjoyed like having my father learn the system with me? Sure. I would have loved that. And who knows, you know, like that's how it should have played out, is like my father, you know, should have seen like me falling in love with tabletop role playing, and he should have taken a vested interest in his son and went, "Hey son, tell me about this book you just bought from this hobby store." You know, and then like take a vested interest in like learning about it, and then going, oh, you know, even if he's not like super interested in it, it's still one of those like, you take an interest in it because it's what your child enjoys, you know. Like I was at Gen Con and we wound up playing a scenario where you play as goblins, right? And you got a picture. It was me and Tom as like us, and then on our left was a father-son, which the father was the big goofy kid, you know, like having a grand old time, you know, trying to get his son, you know, to like gaming as much as he likes it, right? And on our right was a father-daughter, which were like equal footing, but you could see it was like daughter was the one that was into it and dad was trying to learn it to be, you know, like understanding and be there with like his daughter. And it was one of those moments that like I like seeing both sides of this coin of having, you know, if I had a father who loved tabletop role playing and was the one that got me into it, or vice versa, you know, like had I had the kind of father who like took that vested interest in me and this thing I was starting to fall in love with and went, you know, I want to learn this with you, you know. I wouldn't have had to do shady things like walk 5 miles to some strange dude's house and or go to like a hotel with a dude, you know. And so, like, that's the part of me was like, I always said, like, if I ever have children, I don't care what my child, like, gets involved with, whatever they fall in love with. Like, I wanted to be that dad that was on the right-hand side, or I wanted to be that dad on the left-hand side. Either A, I want to be the dad that shares with you the thing I love and hope that you love it too. I won't force it down your throat, you know, but I will do everything in my power to show you why this is fun, and hopefully you fall in love with it as much as I do. So I want to either be that dad on the left that's like super excited, and this is the first con that you've taken your child to, and like I want to show him a good time. Maybe not showing him tabletop role playing at a convention was the smartest idea. It might have been better to like work him in, like taking him to like a game store or like a less packed environment. Like you could see the kid was a little, the large crowds were doing that kid in. You work up to that, you know. You know, like either I want to be that like that dad that like on the left-hand side, you know, like, here's this thing I love, I'm going to show it to you, and I hope you love it too. But at the same point, I want to be that dad that if, like, my child falls in love with... Why do I not remember these dead trees? That's weird. I don't remember any of that. But I also want to be that dad that was on the right-hand side that if I don't understand it, but my kid loves it, I will do everything in my power to learn it and be involved in it. Even if it is not my cup of tea. Let's say at the end of the day, I don't enjoy it. I would still make myself participate and be part of it just because my kid loved it. You know, that's the kind of dad I want to be. That's the kind of dad I wish I had, you know, when I was growing up. You know, the kind of dad that was like, that would be like, all right, you know, like, here's this thing I love. Let me show it to you, you know. Unfortunately, my father was more prone on getting his dick sucked by strange women. That was his thing. And I am glad that he did not get me involved. Son, I have gotten this strange woman here to suck your dick. Ah, thanks, Dad. Happy birthday, son. Thank you, Dad, for not getting me involved with that. You can keep that. Dad, what's her name? Her name doesn't matter. Her name is Benjamin as far as I care, because that's how much this is costing me. And that's what I said is like sitting there at that table, you know, at that time, I kind of like it made me happy to see these two juxtapositions of the left and the right, you know, of like the dad that this is my love and I want to show my child this, and this is my child's love and I want to be part of it. You know, like it made me sad that I didn't get to experience that as a child, but it was that concreting moment of, I'll be damned though if I have a kid, done. Say less. Say less, fam. But it's like the same thing that like these are the things I grew up around, was like people that my life was surrounded by people who fostered things that I loved, you know, like my my first music director, you know, like he saw that, like, well, he found out through my friend at the time that like I always wanted to learn an instrument, but my family didn't have the money to do it. So what did this man do? He did everything in his power to like get me an instrument and teach me. And like the second I got the instrument in my hand, I wound up self-teaching myself 3 different instruments the second I was able to get them in my hands. I taught myself the trombone, I taught myself the trumpet, I taught myself the tuba. Like I was just picking up brass instruments and just learning them. All because like I just, even, you know, all the way back to elementary school, I wanted to learn music. I wanted to learn this. I wanted to learn that. And so here's this dude that rest his soul, unfortunately passed away. You know, saw a student, had a desire to learn, and was like, I'm gonna do everything in my power to teach you. You know, you want to learn it, I will teach you. And then the same happened with my course teacher. The same happened with the television productions was another one. Like I was a mess in middle school. You know, I was a complete mess in middle school because like my family was trying to like, sports are cheaper than music. 100%. And my family did not have much money. I'll be honest about it. We were definitely we did not have much money at all. And so like pointing me towards sports was cheaper than pointing me towards instruments, because an instrument was a several like $100 investment with no guarantee that I will actually enjoy what I'm doing. Whereas sports was like at most $100 investment, and you know, so like it was less cost. And it was one of those things that like my brother was big into sports, so it was one of those, well, he has his brother that can help like aim him in that direction. The problem is everyone and their, you know, mother, so to speak, wanted to, you know, like push me in this direction, you know, of sports, and me and sports just did not get along. Like I remember this is what I said, good fostering versus bad fostering, right? Here's an example of bad fostering. So my brother was involved in wrestling, and so my parents, when I was in 6th grade, was like, why did you join wrestling too? And now again, my brother was in 8th grade at the time. I was in 6th grade. And, you know, we were in middle school together. And they're like, why don't you join wrestling? Now, again, wrestling, cheap. You have to buy a headgear, which is like $25, right? You got to buy shoes, which at the time was like $25, $30, right? And that was it. Everything else was supplied by the school, you know? So it was like a $75 investment, but you don't even have to do that until you get ready to go to like tournaments, right? And so I joined up, and the coach decided he was going to strengthen me up so I could just be like your brother. And so he decided to take the sixth grader, that was me, and put me in the heavyweight division, which was basically all the kids in 8th grade. And they were all like bigger, taller. Like, we're talking about some people had 100+ pounds on me. And it literally just turned into, let's watch it all these people slam and bam and like beat the shit out of Steven. And so it was like every day after school was, all right, let's beat the shit out of Steven, boys. All right, go practice on this kid. You know, all under the guise of, we're going to strengthen you up so one day you'll be just as tough as your brother. You know, and like, it was beaten out of me. Much. Any desire to do wrestling? Gone. Now, had, again, frostering, if it was good frostering like I had in like tabletop RPGs, right? The correct answer should have been, put me with the right weight class and put me with like people like that maybe a little bit more skilled than me, and then have me learn. Instead of it just literally, it was turned into, I wasn't learning shit other than, this is how you get your ass beaten after school every single day and eat Matt the entire time, you know? Like, literally, that's all it was watch Steven eat Matt. Here, go eat more Matt. It's time to eat even more Matt. You know? And it was just like, there was no enjoyment whatsoever happening. Like, zero enjoyment. And so that's why I was just like, I left wrestling, and I was just like, I am never going back. I was like, that is that. Like, every sport that I was part of was literally like, I entered the sport after my brother had already been in it for a year or two, and then it was literally a coach that basically was like, we're going, and you're just like your brother. And it was just like, oh God, not again. Meanwhile, you know, so that's why I said I was a mess in middle school, because like by the time I got to 8th grade, I had no clue what I wanted to do. Zero clue. You know, I knew I enjoyed tabletop RPGs. I knew that I enjoyed learning about electronics and computers. I knew that I was starting to like enjoy programming. And during this one, you know, this one fateful day, I was in 8th grade. My brother was in football. You know, he was in 10th grade at the time. He was playing football. I was sitting there just bored out of my mind, you know, like listening to the band. And this teacher, another great mentor in my life, was the television productions teacher. And I saw him just sitting there, like he was like working on the device. He called it the Black Mariah. Learned what that was later on, but that's what he called the device. It was basically what he was doing, his television, it was on the fly television broadcasting and recording for the football games. And he was answering all the questions, and he was just like, oh, well, what, you know, when do you go into high school? I'm like, oh, I go into high school next year. He goes, well, I expect to see you in my class. I'm like, all right, say less. And so that freshman year, my 2 elective classes, I don't know if anyone else's schools work this way, but in my high school, your freshman year, you had 2 elective classes, and then everything else was like pre-chosen for you. So like you had an English class, you had a math class, you had a science class, you had all these classes that were predetermined. But you had 2 electives that you could choose. So like there was like any number of electives that you could choose, right? Someone already take the medal? Someone already took the medal. And like quite literally it was like any number of electives you could take, but you had to choose, right? And one of the electives you could take, though, if you wanted to, I was just like, when I got into high school, thankfully, foreign language was not a required language or a required class, so I never took any foreign languages in high school. I am not good at learning foreign languages because of just what kind of learner I am. But I am really good at learning sign language because seeing it and replicating it is easy for me. I could see and replicate all day long and learn, you know. Sitting down with a book and like studying, you know, like just didn't do it for me. For sign language, the only way you can really learn it is like being involved with people that are in the deaf community and then them accepting you in. Much like the tabletop role-playing community or the Warhammer community or all these other communities that accepted me in. The people in the deaf community, if you try and you are willing to learn, for the most part, most people in the deaf community will be more than willing to teach you or help you learn. Because it shows that you want to, you know, bridge that gap, you know, that happens. And thankfully, making the leap from not knowing sign language to sign language is literally can be as simple as learning, you know, like the finger spelling. Because if someone does a sign, you have no clue, where you're like, what the hell is that sign, right? And you literally look at the dude and you're like, I don't know this. Can you finger spell it? Literally the guy can go, all right, they'll stop. They'll do the sign again. Then they'll finger spell it. Then they'll do the sign again. And then you do the sign, finger spell it, and then do the sign. And it's to like acknowledge, like, all right, I don't know what this sign is. This is what this sign is. This is what this sign means. And now I'm confirming, all right, I understand what it is. It's this. So on and so forth. I wonder how much health you have. I know you guys are hurt. Is that town? What the hell? I don't know how that happened. We're gonna go this way to town now. This is town. I think at the end of the day, that's what I got lucky with, is like all the communities I wanted to be involved with were very welcoming and open, and you know, wanted you to be part of them, you know. And I think that's like the crux of it, is like when I saw the 2 dads with their kids, and I saw that they were, you know, trying to get their children involved in this thing, I was just like, I want to be that dad. I I want to be that dad one day, or I want to be that uncle one day, or I want to be that, like, I want to be that person. I want to be Dave. You know, I want to be Dave. I want to be the guy that, like, some young buck wants to get involved in, like, Pathfinder or Dungeons and Dragons or Shadowrun, and I can sit here and go, okay, let me teach you. You know, let me show you the way. You know, that's what, at the end of the day, that's what I want. I want nothing more than to foster people's love for things. And I think that's the big thing that I want more than anything, is just, you love X? Well, I want to do everything to make sure that this thing you love, you can, you know, like, I add to it, I enhance it, I make it better. Which is part of the reason why, like, I've started looking into going back to school for getting a master's in teaching, because that means that, like, I was looking at trying to do alternate route, because my whole state is, like, dying right now, begging for teachers. And so they had an alternate route program, which was like, if you have a bachelor's, there's a way to get your teaching's degree through another path. It was basically a fast track program. And our loving governor basically neutered and, like, basically killed the alternate route program. And it now to go alternate route now takes 2 years worth of schooling to get a certificate, and after the 2 years of schooling to get a certificate, then you have to do a year's worth of internship, and then you can start doing your student teaching, which is another year. So it's like a 4-year ordeal, right? It's a 4-year ordeal to get your teacher certification through this alternate route. Or follow me here, you could spend 2 years and second back and get a bachelor's in teaching if you already have a bachelor's degree, right? Or you could spend 2 years and get a master's in teaching. Alternate route, usually, when you go alternate route, you wind up making less money than someone with a bachelor's in teaching. And so it's like, so I'm going to spend more time. The alternate route is supposed to be this fast track to get you into teaching when they're hurting for teachers. It's now going to take me more time than second backing or masters. So I'm sitting here going, so why don't you just get rid of it? Like, that's, at this point, you've made your statement. The statement is made. You've thrown the gauntlet down. You do not want people to go alternate route. So just say it. Get rid of it. Just get rid of it. And I guess they don't want to, the governor can't or won't get rid of it because, like, the teachers union does not want it to go away, because again, it's supposed to be like this means to, like, fill the ranks, you know, because the teachers want more teachers, because the less teachers that are out there, if you're used to having 30 students and all of a sudden we're not hiring any more teachers, and then we lose, you know, 10% of our teachers, now you're going from 30 to 40 students, and then the next year you lose another chunk of teachers, now you go from 40 to 50 students, and now you have these same teachers that are now doing double workloads. That's why they want alternate route, you know. And I said alternate route teachers get paid less money than those with a bachelor's or a master's degree. So if I'm going to have to spend more time, to get alternate route, instead of going second back or masters, why wouldn't I just go back for second back or masters? And then at the same time, if the time is the same between like going for the second back and going for the masters, right? Like the time is exactly the same. It's 2 years and 2 years, right? If the time is exactly the same, why don't I just go for the masters at that point? Because then you make more money than if I just went for a bachelor's in. You know? I mean, minus cost, you know, because like the master's degree costs more money than going for a bachelor's. But at the end of the day, it's money. It's money you take out on a loan. Who cares? It's fake money. Ha 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 ha. Oh God, what's wrong with me? It's fake money. Wait, you can harvest Jesus Christ? Which crafting is that for? I think. So yeah, that's at the end of the day, trying to go back to school for the teaching's degrees and all that. Sure, it's not the highest paying job, but you know, it leads back to that original thing of I like teaching people. I like fostering people's love. And if I can slightly do that, then I want to do that. And since I have a degree in history, I already know I'm going to have an uphill battle because a lot of people hate history. But I think that's primarily because of how history is generally taught. History is taught in a very boring manner, especially in like in elementary school, middle school, and high school. Maybe less so in high school, but like in elementary and middle school, it's taught very boring. It's like, on this date, this person did this thing. Memorize it. Next fact. On this person, this group did this thing. Alright, memorize it. Next. On this date, like, there's no, like... The thing that makes it interesting is the why does that matter, you know? Like, what is the significance of that? You know, that's where history starts becoming fun. Who cares about what date this thing happened? Sure, the date plays a role to some degrees, you know? But like in the greater scheme of things, I'd rather you know why Julius Caesar was stabbed a shitload of times and the ramifications that came from stabbing Caesar in the chest a shitload of times. I don't care what date it happened. Like, I care less about if you know what date it came on. I mean, it's the Ides of March, but I care less. I care less. Like, that's where I sit, is like, if history was taught with less emphasis on this date, this date, this date, this name, this date, this name, this date, this name, and more on the this event happened and this is the significance behind it, I think more people would enjoy history. but the fact that it's taught with like date name, keep memorizing. You know, it's like the difference between the people who enjoy physics and the people who enjoy like biology, right? Biology is literally like, here, let me show you a picture of the heart and now memorize all these terms and locations on the heart. That's just basically geography of the body, right? If you love geography, you'll love biology, you know, because it's basically the same thing. So you have to convince yourself. You just got to convince yourself that all biology is geography of the body. You know? And you know what? I am not a fan of geography, and I am not a fan of biology. The part of biology I'm a fan of is when you start talking about this chemical or this thing in the body has this effect on people and will do this and has this purpose. That's when I find biology, you know, fun. But like when I was doing biology in college and they were like, well, here's the picture of the major muscle systems in the human body. Memorize all of them. There will be a test at the end of the week. I'm like, oh boy, my favorite. Let me print out 700 copies of the muscle systems in the human body, and then like flashcard myself into the ground and to the point where I can literally look at it and write it out again. Or my favorite, what I would do is like I would sit there with a copy of the muscle group with it all printed out in my hand, and I have the sheet on the desk, right? I literally would have the sheet on the desk. I'd be staring at it, like burning the image into my retinas. And then as the test would hit, I would take the paper and throw it down, and then without blinking, put the test in front of me, and without like not changing my name, not doing anything, literally looking at the test, just start filling it in. And I wouldn't blink because like I would want that image that I burned into my head with the handwriting to try and remain as best as possible. And then because then it wasn't memory at that point. It was just the short-term memory was doing its job. And then after like I would get through the bulk majority of it, then it would be okay, now I need to get through, you know, the memory portion of this to fill out the rest of it. But I never was a fan of that. Like as much as I love history, I hated the teachers that would be like, on this date, this person did this thing. On this date, this person did this thing. On this date, this and it's just like, to quote my one history professor, so his big thing he would say is like on all of his papers, like when you'd write a paper, he's like, every time you want to write and prove a point, I'm going to ask the following questions. So what? What was it? It was so what? And why does this matter? He's like, if your paper does not answer the so what, so what, and why does this matter, then your paper doesn't do well. But if your paper answers the so what, and why does this matter, then you're good to go. And that was the big thing I really enjoyed, you know, was like when I got into history classes, and that was the thing, was like asking the questions of, you know, why does this matter? You know, like that's the part that is fun with history. Like one of the American civilization courses I took, oh, if I need a healer. one of the American civilization courses I took, he did something. His big thing was, he was like, all right, in middle school, elementary school, high school, you got to hear about the forefathers and all this shit that they did for the betterment of the people. He's like, you already have that beaten into your head. He's like, what if I told you there was people that did not want this revolution to happen? They wanted to remain loyal to the crown. They thought these rabble-rousers were a bunch of idiots. And when you think about it, you're like, wait, you know what? When this revolution was happening, I'm sure it wasn't 100% of the people were like, yeah, f*** England. There was probably definitely a chunk of people are like, what the f*** are you idiots doing? We have it pretty good over here. Let's not buck the ship, you know? He's like, so this whole course, you will be studying it from the angle of people who were against the Revolutionary War. All of your papers, all of your things, everything is going to be from the aspect of the people who were against the Revolutionary War and rebelling against the crown. And it was such a cool class because, like, it was like we were studying and going over something that you didn't even think about. Like, it was one of those things you didn't even think about it at all. Like, it's like, wait, were there people that really, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there was probably people, like, think about nowadays. Think nowadays, like, there is very rarely a event or a thing where people are, like, 100% behind. You know, very rarely does an event happen where everyone unifies in one voice, like, yeah, this is some complete horse shit, you know, like, or this is completely right, or everything is usually at some percentage, which means there is a percentage of the opposite side. I mean, like, in everything. And so, like, when you start taking that into account, it's like, huh, well then. And he was like, that's what this whole course is going to be. Exploring that. And so that's what we did. We explored the shit out of it. Why is my... Why is my marker up there? So... But yeah, that was definitely, like, an interesting, like class. Like, I had a bunch of interesting classes. But then again, I had those history courses where it was, like, literally date, name, location, date, name, location, date. And I hated those history. My like, one of my filler electives that I had to take was, like, was an African civilization course that I had to take. Holy shit. That was... In all my history classes, I got A's. A's. In every one of my history classes, I got A's, right? This is the only class I got a C in. And the main reason why I got a C in it was literally the whole class was name, date, location. Name, date, location. Name, date, location. It's like, oh, God, save me, please. Please, for the love of all that is holy, please save me from this nonsense. Looking for members DPS for last boss of Genesis. Who's the last boss of Genesis? Do I want to be that helpful person? Eisenhart. Something's going weird with the... Like, I cannot right mouse click anything. Like, I cannot do the usual, which is like you mouse over it. Wait, are you a... I guess in his silence he found someone. So I like that outfit. It's a lot of dying he did there. Unfortunately, they still do not allow us to dye these skins. They really need to, like, change that. So, yeah, that was my worst. That was my worst history class. It was my only history class I didn't get an A in, and it kind of bothers me because, like, if you look at my my GPA for college, my overall GPA was 3.695, and my history degree GPA was 3.9 something. The only reason why I wasn't 4.0 was quite literally that African civilization course. It was the one class I love ratemyprofessor.com. Loved it. It was a great website. I totally, like, that was the first one where I was like, I needed a class, and it was the only class that fit in, and, like, there were so many warnings on the thing, like, oh, this is, teacher is awful, don't do it, you know, drop out before it starts, you know, you have been warned. And I'm like, alright, you know, the problem was I needed one more class for this semester, and it literally was the only class that fit. I was like, well, I have no choice. The real answer is I should have figured out something else that would have fit. Or rearrange things to not be in that class. Because holy shit. Oh, man. But yeah, it was funny as hell. Like, it still bothers me to this day that like my perfect history degree GPA is in the shitters because of that one class. I mean, I had a bunch of classes that pissed me off. Like, one of the things that bother me is my speech teacher was one of them, right? And I wound up fighting him on it. I wound up partially winning. But my speech teacher believed there was the best speaker in the class and the worst speaker in the class. The best speaker got an A, the worst speaker got an F, and everyone else was in between, you know, on the scale, you know. And he literally made a U sheet where the gross majority of students were C's. And I was like, you can't do that. You know, that's just screwing with people's GPAs. I was like, the worst part is you're being rough on people's grading when they first come into the class. It's like, you really should be you should be grading people for speech based off of their growth. You know, so if like someone comes in and they're a stuttering, muttering fool, you know, and then by the end they're actually speaking well, that should be the part that matters. You know, like, hey, look, so much improvement, yada yada yada. Here's this, you know. But he was like doing like the whole of the class. You were graded for the whole of the class. So if you came into the speech and you've never done a speech before, you've never done public speaking before, and you stood in front of the class and you just shit the bed so hard because you're like one of those people that just can't do public speaking, well, congratulations, your GPA is already starting in the shitter, you know, for that class. And the problem was, I was the adult student who came in with experience in public speaking, in sitting in front of a large groups of audience of people I don't know and speaking about a subject and not getting hung up, not doing the ums and ahs. You know, that's the big thing, is ums and ahs and dead silence. It's always an issue. And like I still see like on stream when I'm like doing like stuff while also doing and trying to speak. Every once in a while, or I'll be like quiet because it's like I'm trying to, like, my brain is processed. But when like I'm just speaking, oh man, the gift of gab is in full power at that point, and I am great. And so, like, in his speech class, like, I was really, really, really good. And he was just like, you are the A of my course. And I'm like, so wait, is no one else able to get an A? And he's like, absolutely, you're the best speaker, and there's only one A. And I'm like, all right, you need to remove me. He was like, what do you mean? I'm like, I am an outlier. He's like, what do you mean you're an outlier? I'm like, I am an adult student who has, has speaking, like, experience, has spoke about subject matter, has taught, you know, classes, who have done, like, you cannot take students who have zero experience in this field and weigh them against me. It's unfair. And we went back and forth on this for like weeks. You know, I would go out with him for lunch every week. We go out to lunch after class, and we just talk about it. And I'm like, you can't. It's truly unfair for you to judge these people against me. I was like, and that's where I started bringing up you should use me as the example. Be like, you should all start, you know, learn to do public speaking like Steve. Steve is a perfect example of someone that understands the concepts of public speaking, understands how to, like, do things, you know, knows about pacing and knows about, you know, like, emphasizing certain words to keep people involved and invited into, you know, the speech. And see, this is one of those ums because I was like looking for my next spot I was going to. And use me as the example of what to become, and then judge how someone came in and their grades for how they came in, and then how close they got to where you either A, want them to be, or B, how close they got to me. You know, that's how it should be. And, you know, at the end, the only part I got him to agree with was he agreed that he was not going to grade people versus me. And, you know, I was like, all right, I'm okay with that. As long as you're removing me from your mathematical formula of everything, then at least that's a partial win. But like my school's greatest boasting is like, we barely ever have anyone. I think my college, we have only ever had now three students graduate with a 4.0. Like, is their greatest thing is like, no one ever graduates. So meanwhile, you go to like freaking all these other colleges, you go to Rutgers, you go to like, they have like a list of like 15, 20, 30 students that have a 4.0 leaving college. And like, meanwhile at my college, it's like, oh yeah, no one has a 4.0. And it's just like, yeah, no one has a 4.0 because a bunch of your teachers are assholes. Like, I wouldn't mind teachers doing the C average. So like, that's basically what it is. It's teachers wanting to do a C average grading versus teachers that want to do performance-based grading. Performance-based grading is basically, I expect X, you perform X, you get an A, right? Anything below X, you get lower. C-base is the 1A, 1F, and everyone else is somewhere in between. You know, the bell-shaped curve grading system. And the biggest issue that comes with that is, as I said, it becomes where GPA means the world to people. You know, your world is determined by this GPA number. If some teachers are doing C-based and some teachers are doing performance-based, then people's numbers get thrown off. But the difference would be is if the entire university, right? If the entire university was based off of, the whole university is like, let's say, C-based, right? Where it's like, all right, everyone's in this bell curve, 1A, 1F, you know, yada, 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 everyone else is in between, right? Then at that point, if someone's like, you go to an employer and they're like, well, we see here your GPA is a 3.0, right? Then you could defend it and go, yeah, it's a 3.0 in a bell-shaped environment, and with my 3.0, I wound up in the top 10% of my class. You know, because of how they grade. The cat's head still mess up? You know, and because then at that point, you can like, the higher you get as a GPA, the better it looks on a bell-shaped system, right? And then at that point, it looks good. The problem is, I don't know of a single university that does bell-shaped grading. Most of them do performance-based grading and base all your scholarships and everything off of your performance. And so if like you need a certain GPA to get certain things and you get unlucky and you wind up getting a couple of professors that believe in bell shaping, well, congratulations, you're boned. I hope you don't mind the fact that like this professor has doomed you to, you know, like not receiving your scholarship or not you know, or not getting that you know, into that thing that you wanted or looking good, because like now I have to explain, well, why you got all these, like I've already had it a couple times where like they pulled my record And they're like, oh, yada, yada, yada. We see this, and that. Why did you get you have an A in all these courses. Why do you have a C in African civilization? Well, let me tell you why. It's a story of woe and bullshit. It's the best way to put it. It's a story of woe and bullshit. And I already know, like, if I apply for a master's program in any school, I'm going to have to defend myself. I am going to be asked by the master's program, we see you have A's in all these courses, but you have a C in this one specific course. Tell us what happened. Why did this specific course, did you get a C? And you don't want to say, because the teacher's a piece of shit. You can't say that. You can't be brutally honest, even though you want to be. You want to be brutally honest and say, this teacher is a piece of shit. Can't say that. No. This is the time for diplomacy. As much as I would love to be able to say, teacher, shit. Can't do that. This teacher suck. Me some think teacher piece of shit. Loading animation. So you have to be more diplomatic. You can't just be like, teachers suck dick. As much as it might be true, you can't do that. Like, holy shit. Now, what I will say is, if I wind up, like, having to defend myself, like applying for a master's, and I have to defend myself, and they go, well, so what happened in this course? I already, like, will I bring up this teacher? Absolutely. Because my plan is to go, this teacher taught me everything not to do as a teacher. Let me give you examples of what, bad examples this specific teacher did, and I hope to never replicate in a classroom. Because then at that point, I'm showing I have learned, I'm paying attention, I understand the needs of a student, I'm using actual examples, and I can, in a more flowery way, say, this teacher sucks dick. And I want to say it. Let's be honest, not all teachers are created equal. Just like not all doctors are created equal. Some doctors suck dick too. Like every profession has people that just are awful. Either they got into the wrong profession and they didn't realize it until it was way too late, or B, they're massively burned out and they're just counting down the days to retirement, or C, they're protected by the magical tenure. Who knows? Maybe I'll get my master's in teaching, and then I will I'll apply to be a teacher at my old university. Like, this is why I want to teach. And when you teach at a university, usually they ask you what course you want to teach. Usually they want to know if you want to bring in a course, and then you have to defend the course. And my favorite history teacher, he taught Roman civilization, Greek civilization, and Western civilization. And I took all 3 of his courses, all of them, all 4. I took all 4 of his. Western civilization from ancient up to Greece, and then Western civilization from Greece until after the fall of Rome. And then I took his Greek civilization course, which just focused on Greece. And then I took his Roman civilization that just focused on Rome. And I loved all his classes. And one of the classes he wanted more than ever to have happen, but he could never get it to go off because they told me I had too many classes and they were important classes. If I went back to my old university, if he was still there, I would be like, this is the course I want to bring in. And the course he wanted to teach was the history of piracy. And we're not talking about like actual piracy. And he's like, ever since there was goods that people wanted and they shipped them by sea, there were pirates. And he's like, and I'm not even just talking about yo ho ho ho. He's like, I want to go through the whole history of piracy from stem to stern, beginning of days to now. And I thought it was such a cool concept to like have like a course, an entire course on just piracy. And so like I remember when I was graduating. When you're graduating from my history department, they actually ask you to do a exit interview with a handful of the main professors. And he was on the board of people. And one of the questions they asked me is if there was a class or a subject matter that you would want to add to the history department that you think would add a great deal, what would you want? Like, what would you want to focus on? And I looked at him. I smiled a little bit. I turned back to the group. Said piracy. I think that piracy is the one subject matter that we are missing amongst anything else. It is a function of history that has affected everything that deals with trade, which has been ever since there's been a boat. There has been trade by boat, and there has been piracy. And none of the subject matter really ever tackled that information. And I think if there was a class that explored the concepts of piracy and its effects and how it affected things and how it changed things, I think that would be an amazing class. And I turned and looked at him, and I saw the biggest shit-eating grin in my life. This man, I made his world, because he ever since I've known him for like 4 years, because I took 4 of this dude's classes, right? Ever since I took every class he taught. There was no more classes. If he had more classes, I would have taken them. I would have taken every single class with him if I could have. Every class. I would have taken every single class if I could have, right? Him trying to make this piracy thing go through and not working. And here I am. I can only imagine that at the end when I left, the board probably turned and looked at my professor and probably went, "How much did you pay him? How much did you pay him to say this?" And I wish they would have asked me, because they were like, all right, that I think that would be a possible, like something that we could add in the future. It never did. I always look back at my old school to see if they've added the piracy class. Sadly, they have not. I keep hoping one day I'll see it and I'll be like, There it is. He finally got it. He got his class. Because I told him, if he ever gets that class, I will literally go back to the university. I will pay the couple $100 to audit the course. I want to just sit and audit the course. Because when you have a degree, you can audit any course, and at least for my university. I don't know for other people's universities, but I can ask for permission to audit a course. You know, like I could be like, all right, you know, there's this class. I want to take this class, you know, like, so let's say if like I wanted to brush up on my Western civilization knowledge, you know, like it's been a while since I've taken Western civilization, so I want to take a Western civilization class again. I can audit the course. You know, it costs a couple $100. You get no grade. It doesn't count to or for you. It's just you get this. It's permission to sit in the class, and it's a couple $100. And I always thought it was like a cool thing. You just got to get permission from the dean of the school that you're allowed to audit the course. You know. And the history department was known to allow anyone, like, you have a degree in history with us, done, say less, we'll let you audit any course you want. You know, you don't have to take tests, you don't have to like write papers. You literally just get to be able to sit in the class and learn and so on and so forth. And I think it was almost every one of my history classes except for the African history course. That we had like someone auditing the course. You know, there was a person in almost every one of my classes that was auditing the course in history. All my other classes, no. But in history, shit. There was all kinds of people auditing courses. I mean, hell, my Roman civilization course, we had 3 people auditing the course. The only thing that they have to approve is to make sure that there's seats available. So, like, let's say if the classroom is 50 students and you want to audit the course, if 50 students have already filled that class, then you can't audit the course. That's the big thing. Looking for one member, DPS, Gen, Hatchet, Gamers, Fast. Oh, interesting. Is that the answer I've finally been looking for? On that first boss, is there a best in slot hatchet that these people are like dying for? Do I finally have the answer I've been looking for? My first boss is Taxidusis. Let's see what his loot table looks like. Great Axe, Fire Staff. Well, this is mutation. We don't care about mutations. Non-mutation. Yep. The Settler's Friend. Ancient Bane, Keen, Vicious. So it's probably a really good ancient. If you need an Ancient Bane weapon, that's probably the one you want. Got it. It all makes sense now. So yeah, that's the big thing is, so like, because of how high a level the Roman Civ class was and the Greek Civ, they were 300 level. The classes were never full, and so like, those are the ones that most people audited, was like the 300 and 400 level courses. Barely, like, all the courses were full for the 100 levels were always full. The 200s, occasionally you'd see one auditor in a 200 level course, but the 100 level courses were like the intro to history, like what is the history department expecting you to do, or it was like the what's a good example? It would be the this is what we at the history department are expecting out of you kind of classes. You know, where they were like, we're going to do a broad view of all of history. It's going to be a shotgun approach. You know, we're not focusing on any specific time. We're doing it. This, to give you an idea, when I was in school, I referred to the timeline as BC and AD, right? When I was in this class and we started talking about BCE and ACE, I was like, what the f*** is BCE and ACE? You know, I was like, what the... And so I had to look it up, and I'm like, oh, okay, so they removed the whole Jesus thing to make it more, like, correct. You know, before Common Era, after Common Era. Okay. Got it. You know, because, like, they, in history, they, like, they worked it out. They're like, all right, we're pretty sure that, like, this person, Jesus, that was born in Nazareth, you know, who was a real person, because there's Roman documents on this person, whether or not you want to, you know, your belief structure, but there's documents of this individual existing. They know years because they have the documents, and so it's like they know that it wasn't at 0 AD that, like, this person was born. So, like, that's why it got switched over to BCE and ACE. But at the time, I was just like, what the f*** is a BCE and an ACE? Like, so many things. Just like when I went to school, Pluto was a planet, and then the scientists. I mean, I'm not gonna say that, you know, I'm not gonna say the scientists making Pluto not a planet, thus angering the Greek god of the underworld, led to the destruction of our world and unleashing plagues upon us, is the cause. But, you know, there is a kind of, like, connection here. Not saying the old causation does not always mean causation correlation debate. You made Pluto no longer a planet, and now the Greek god of death is, like, pissed off, or Greek god of the underworld. Not saying there's any kind of, like, you know, connection, but alright, they're going to walls. Let's go to walls. We could do some walls lap. Death Piggy. Thanks, Death Piggy. Throw that on. So yeah, it's definitely one of those things that, like, you look at it and you think about it and you're just like, funny how that system works, right? Piss off the Greek god of the underworld, and now all of a sudden the world has gone to hell. Coincidence? I think not. 4 minutes. Why'd you asshole? Do. I like how I'm like, you asshole. Like he quite literally brought that monster over on me on purpose.
I know I'm not the easiest to love. I thought I would at least
Oh, cool. We got it.
be worth a shot. Instead you gave up on me 2 months in. 'Cause my flies were too hard to deal with.
Cool.
Did you even love me
14 gold for doing nothing.
in the first place? If you did, we wouldn't be in this place, I wouldn't be here trying to say I'm sorry for parts of me. Did you even love me in the first place,
Alright.
I know I jumped into things too fast. I thought I could trust you right off the bat. Instead you turned my vulnerability against me and tore apart the heart from my sleeve. Did you even love me in the first place, If you did, we wouldn't be in this place, I wouldn't be here trying to say I'm sorry for parts of me.
Dink dink.
Did you even love me in the first place,
There we go. Oh, I see a purple bag. See 2 purple bags. Ooh, obsidian chunk. I like obsidian chunks. So, I can't believe that guy pulled a guy over on me. Like, dude, I'm trying to play some music here. Don't you like the music? Don't you like music buffs? Ooh, 6 iron arrows. Yes. I always wanted. Ooh, iron cartridges. What I always wanted too. Alright, let's go, boys. On to the next one. Heel Fake. That's your name is Heel Fake. I mean, I guess that could be your name. I am the mighty Heel Fake. Have you met my brother, Heel Real? I definitely want to keep the big cannon for the big room. Gonna fall behind now. I have fallen behind now. But my team is still killing things without me, so that's a plus. Alright, boys and girls. Be cool if we opened this door and like everyone was dead inside. Just everyone dead. No, I'm not going to be the idiot that's going to open the tomb for you while the other one is open, because that's how you fall behind. I love how they all just like immediately jumped on that. They're like, oh yeah, let's go. Where's my music? Music. Like sitting here going, where the hell's my music? May the covenant be on your side. Or whatever the yellow people believe in. Oh, that's messed up. See, this is why you don't come up here short-staffed, boys and girls. This one open first. Should have enough time to get over to the other one. Yeah. Ooh. Ow. That hurt. What is that piece of armor? Dexcon, Keen Beacon. Oh, it's a healer set with dex stats. It is yet again another set of gear that's confused what it wants to be. So, I'm sorry, friend. But you must be sent to the gulag. To the gulag! Like how all of us archers just like open fire at the same time. We're just like, yep. Some people were actually still able to get the whatchamacallit off, huh? The gulag. Ah, cool. We didn't get stuck this time. Sometimes that yanks you underneath the pole, and then you have to do some crawling to fix it. Thankfully, there's no PvP players that I've seen so far. This area gets really treacherous trying to grow over the bridge. There's a PvP player standing on it because then you get bumped. I have one too many times fallen off the board trying to go past a PvP player. Wee. Stop doing the dance. Stop doing the dance. $25, so we have 8 minutes to get over to Capri. No. It's not nice. Ow. Not nice. Pirate gunslinger coat. Speaking about pirates, oh, I never did this yesterday because, like, because of the fact that we switched over in the middle. So we had an A and B side of the stream. I started playing a game, and then I was just like, no, we're going to talk about the thing that's really important to me. And so I broke the stream, and I restarted the stream. So there was an A and B side of the stream. So I never officially did the end of stream thank you to these two individuals. So I'm going to do it again now. So they get a second helping of loving like everyone gets. So a big shout out to this person and this person when they go through. There we go. Erica writes on and Simdoc. Thank you guys for your Twitch Prime subscriptions. It is truly appreciated. As always. There you go. Your second helping of loving. Everyone gets 2 helpings of loving in this channel. One when you first do your loving, you get a helping of loving, and then when you and then when the time comes, you get a second helping of loving. That music is so delayed. Wow. Did someone already kill him? I guess so. Hey look, Gulag Enjoyer. Oh, is that the only one I didn't do? Is that one? Guess so. I did all of them except for that one. Guess I opened it and never grabbed it. I'm a bad person. Yeah, cool. Alright, gotta be careful. Corruption resistance, heavy, and no. Strength, PvP, no. Int, no. Con, no. Strength, no. Con, no. Con, no. Int, no. Strength, no. Healing Tome, no. Int, no. No. Beast Ward, no. No, 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 no. I guess they're going now. Guess they're going early. Golden Scarab! Yes! My favorite! Oh, I see the purple bag. Purple bag. Grab it. Hope I did. Damn, didn't drop its thing. I was hoping. Sadly, it did not. Where the hell are you going? The hell path is this? Alright. This is strange. It's a madhouse! Oh, cool, I got onto it in time. Nice. Alright. Big boss. And someone brought the kitties down. Same time as the big boss. Kitty jumped in front of my cannon. Damn it, kitty. Nice. We're present for the opening of this. Alright. Alright, let's see where this group goes next. Alright, so this is still the same. So it looks like we got one of the named weapons from here, which is nice. Yo, I opened up with freaking explosive arrow poison shot on the whole. Oh shit, 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 shit. I'm gonna die. Truly hate that root poison bullshit. Complete garbage. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get up there. But we're sure as hell going to try. You guys can reset now. Hey, buddies. Hey, guys. I got a bunch of bad guys coming at you. You should probably stop them. This is why I got all the letters, because I would have a unforsaken like moment that like I would die and like I'd be playing catch up and like the people with the letters would leave and I would basically be boned. We partially caught back up. Alright, we caught up with this. Well, they killed those. They didn't kill any of the other ones. I might not care anymore soon. My caring is dropping significantly. Yeah, I don't know if I like this path better or not. Okay. To the end. Ew. Ew. No new music, no new this. Nice. More weaponsmithing pieces. Nice. Cool. I just have to be careful that A, it doesn't have stats that I want, and B, that it doesn't have the crafting stuff on it. Nice. With enough armor scraps, we might get enough for we're going cast, right? Yeah. With enough armor pieces, we might actually hit 200 armor smithing today. Which is nice. 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 Wow. I miss waking up being embraced by all the toxicity and political talk. That wasn't my server, so I'm assuming you came from the other server, and we have overfilled. 24 food left on our original food, and then we're all on hearty meals. We did set up shop here, right? Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Me with all my explosive shit, I'll handle it. I'll solo all of them. You can call me Mr. Explosive. What, did someone drag the whole freaking camp here? Jesus. Damn, only one armor scrap. I was hoping we would have gotten more. Nice. so let's lock these. So that way I don't accidentally break them. You're not even a tank. You're in light armor with a greatsword. You think you're invincible. Should really have my arcane bow on, since these are corrupted. Wheat! That's my first wheat of this run. Holy shit. Alright, now we climb up here, and then we climb up here. Provision stockpile. Wheat? Nope. That'd been too easy. Can you guys, like, actually kill the cook, please? It's not that hard. He's, like, right there. Why are all these people dying? Well, you see, we have idiots who are self-centered. Oh, boy! This isn't gonna go terribly. Oh, shit. Pop a potion. Who the hell pulled him up here? This is one of those ranged assholes did this shit. Emphasis on ranged asshole. But the real question is going to be, am I going to have problems with the jump today? Hey, 4 more wheat. Up to 11 wheat now. Hell yeah. Obsidian chunk. My favorite. Oh my god. This way. Oh. Here it comes, the jump of the ages. Will he make it? Won't he make it? Will he screw up before he makes the jump? Alright, we have passed the first test. Falling off the platform. Alright, here we go. Yeah! Got it this time. First try. Hell yeah. Ooh, one of my group members must have been over here. Because I got loot. Nice. Ooh. Might have to make another inventory for the crafting stuff. Loot. Okay, now we go this way. Grab this. I'm gonna go over here. And we go up here. We go this way. And go up the tent. Leave me alone. I'll ignore you if you ignore me. Good job, bro. Stupid Phalanx buff. That's literally the only buff that pisses me off. Because there's no other buff in the game that completely shuts off an entire class. Like, there's no, like, anti-magic thing where it's just like, I'm immune to all magic! And there's no, like, anti-melee thing where it's just like, I'm immune to all melee. What time is it? 3 a.m. Sweet Jesus. Buds. Oh, my character started doing the dance. The glitchy dance. The glitchy dance. Hopefully my my team knows to go play with the kitty cats. Looks like they do. I just hope I'm in range when they kill the kitty cats. Hey, mahogany bar stool will now be learned. Come on, baby. There you go. Good job, me. I guess the answer is no. All the regular cats are up, but the big cat is down. Well, I should say the named cat is down. I do laugh at how quick these things spawn. Don't worry, I got you guys. No one else does, but I do. Your friendly Archer Bro. Even though everyone on this server hates Archer Bros. Well, I should say almost everyone in the New World community hates Archer Bros. Or Ranged Bros. And Musket Bros. Climb, Sig, climb! Is it this way? Oh my god, I'm just skinning the shit out of everything right now. Is that Mama? There's Mama. Mama Scorp. Oof. Mama Scorp didn't drop anything for me. Mama Scorp. This shit's gonna explode on me and it's gonna hurt. You are blighted. It's fine. I'll pay for the blight.
brings me close to the goal. I'm running or I'm coming home. There's no way back, isn't too far gone. Nobody knows where I should go. Where I should
Well, we're done here. Thanks, guys. Peace out, Cub Scouts. The plate might actually kill me. Yeah, it's gonna kill me. Nice. Kind of okay with that. Alright, so let's go back to near settlement. Free teleport. Free teleport. Smolder hide. Okay, let's learn that. Ooh, we learned mahogany wall shelf and mahogany bar stool. Oh shit. Alright, 90 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
knows where I should go. Where I should go. Where I should go.
To know. So unfortunately, no, what you call it? So heavy focus, no. No. Strength, no. Con dex, no. PvP light, con, no. We're still trying to build a PvP set, like a temporary PvP set. We have 3 pieces so far.
Brings me close to the goal. I'm running or I'm coming home.
Void protection necklace with dex. That's not bad. I wonder if it has divine on it. If it has divine on it, it might be worth to upgrade it. Class Oculus New World. See what its third perk is. Health, alacrity, and void protection. It's not bad. Give me like 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Those seconds.
blink, 182. Lay around the house and daydream till the afternoon. Thinking about the times that we had when this was all that we knew. When this song was still new, when this all was still new. We could play blink, blink, 182. Summertime nights that we had, staring at the moon. Laughing at our own jokes, acting like they were new. We'd only watch cartoons, but love and life is a tune. Oh, oh, that we can never go back to this. And as we grow, oh, oh, we'll look back and miss our live. Cause we'll leave this time, we'll leave this home, and find life, love our very own. But we can play blank, blank, 182. We can play blank, blank, 182. We can play blank, blank, 182. Summertime nights that we had, staring at the moon, laughing at our own jokes, acting like they were new. We'd only watch cartoons, but love and life is a tune.
We could play blink, blink, 182. Drive around our cars and pretend that we never grew. Sneak out of the house every night. We were young and confused. We never made curfew. There was too much to do. We could play blink, blink, 182. Chasing
All right.
things with Red Bull and Mountain
Where were we? Oh yeah, we were going through equipment.
until the morning.
All right, so we're hoping
Because we knew that
we get a bunch of armor scrappers. All right, so let's see here. To keen awareness, refreshing ward. Nope. 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 Elemental corruption, resistance, strength. No. Instant dex. No. 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 Luck. No. So unfortunately, the look is it looks like no. We got one. Someone wants help killing Gren. I will kill Gren. I enjoy killing Gren. Killing Gren is my favorite pastime. We're feeding the karma right now. The karma fairy is about to be fed. Oop, in here. F that quest. I've already done that quest once. I will not be doing that quest again. Basically, the long and short of that quest is, I need places to paint. Find me places to paint. And you literally just run around the entire world to, like, strange-ass locations to find them places to paint. It wouldn't be so bad if it was like, if he was around like normal locations, you know, or normal spots. Like, it's literally like out in the middle of the like nowhere's land. So we'll lock and load you. Alright. Is cannon loaded? No. Did you die again? I hope you didn't die again. There we go. Karma fulfilled. Never mind. I was gonna tell him. You might want to look him up in the future when you're a higher level and you can solo him, that he might be worth farming. But you left before I could tell you, so good luck. God save the queen. Yo, my mining's about to become tier 11. Shit. It's silver or is that platinum? Nope, silver. That's fine. I feel like silver. Oh, territory upgrade. Brightwood. Standing. Always standing. The only place I'm not hard pushing standing is Brimstone. Brimstone, I'm purposely pushing anytime the trading post price down. I'm literally grabbing that. Like, that's my priority. Because my goal, in the greater scheme of things, is to eventually have that place like where I can auction anything off there and like the price is so low. Buddy, I'm doing this for your own good. Some low-level player is going to want to kill you again in the future. And if I just, like, if I calm you down just a little bit, they're not going to want to kill you. But if you don't calm down, they're going to want to kill you. See? This is what we're talking about here, man. You're just losing your shit. Oh, you just cost me my shot, huh? And you're dead again. Look at that. Sorry, Gren. I just saw the star medal was back up, and well, I have an obsession with star medal. I hope you understand, bro. It's not you, it's me. Nice. 69 star medal. Perfect amount. Ooh. See the water one. Is the other one lower then? There's the water one. Let's get the water one. And then they say there's an air one. Alright, there's the air one. And then there's gold. I smell the gold. Is there a cave here or something? Might be a cave in here. Although I see more star metal. I see a shitload of orichalcum. Holy shit. Orichalcum way more important than star metal right now. Because we're burning through all of our orichalcum bars making asmodium. Hey, mining 11! We did it! Star metal, nice. Do some nice star. Goodbye, 69 star metal. Hope you understand. I still love you. I still love you, Star Metal. Ooh. See you up there. Star Metal is probably the Star Metal and Orichalcum. The two like things other than like weird wood is like so easy to find because it's like glowing and it's there. Meanwhile, ironwood is just like a tree that looks like it's dying. It's like, yeah, this tree, it's dying. That's what makes it really good. It's a brown ass tree. Nice. This sweet, sweet Star Metal. Oh my god. There's so much of it. Which is good because my engineering is up to Star Metal. And I could use all the Star Metal I can get to get engineering up to where I can make my Orichalcum bullets. And Orichalcum arrows. I don't even care if I get 200 engineering yet. Because I need 3 houses before doing any of the like major crafting stuff. Because not only do you need 3 houses, you need whatever craft you're doing, 3 copies of the highest end trophy. And so far I only have 3 of the first level trophies of each of the crafts. And if I knew I was coming out here doing this, I would have thrown up my freaking mining trophy. Shit. Alright, what's going on? He didn't break the rules. Report the Big Boo scammer not paying shards. Oh, so another person scammed shards, huh? The big issue with like small servers, you know, most servers have like giant server populations, and so like you can get forgotten in a sea of names, right? Like if there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people on your server, if you piss off one person, 2 people, the likelihood of you ever having to deal with that person ever again is so low that it's like fine. But on like this server, if you get known as a dick, you'll get known as a dick. Is this platinum? This is platinum, isn't it? No, it's silver. Damn. I was excited for a hot second. I mean, don't get me wrong, I gotta get silver ore up again, so that way I can get gold ore up again, so that way I can do the rotation, because we're starting to run out of gold bars. So finding the silver ore out here is kind of nice. Not gonna lie. Have I ever been down here? It is spooky as shit down here. Spooky. Are you named? You are. Hello. Hi, Mr. Name Guy. My name is Siegfried. Holy shit, you have so much health. Alright, we gotta play you smart. What the hell is this shit? You call friends in? I wish I had my, Alright, you called your friends in again. Not cool. Drink a potion. Did that potion only heal me for 2 grand? Do I have it? I guess I have an anti-healing on me then. Hell yeah, look at that shit. Oh, we got a named freaking glove piece right from the get-go? Shit. Void Gauntlet, Instant Focus. Nah, that's got some stuff on it. I guess they're like 1 health bar for all of them. Oh shit, I know what that is. We need these. We really do need those. Is there gonna be another named dude up in this church? Marcus. Looks like it. Alright, where's my greatsword? I should really have my thing on. My song has ended. Yeah, this is the music I'm playing right now. Yeah. Character just out, like, dropping the bass in the middle of the field. Don't do it. Don't do it, I'm so close. Don't do it. I'll kill you in a second. Let me guitar jam this shit. Nice. So another one added to the list. I'm slowly going through and I'm just perfecting songs now at this point. So I'm going down like the novice songs. We're getting the novice songs done. Alright, so it looks like the echoes just forever come up. Like that's just their thing. Take this named asshole. Oh, I forgot to check the other name thing if it's 590 or not. I don't think it's gonna be because these guys are not level 60. Hey, Void Essence. Nice. That was not nice. Uh, 500, so garbage. $435, garbage. Yeah, this echo shit is a pain in the ass. Alright, I think we're good. I think we're getting out of Dodge. Alright, hold on. Here's a thingy. I'll do it. You idiot! You thought you could, like, consume my soul, bitch? You know who I am. Goddamn Siegfried. Alright, let's go teleport home. So we can, do some things. Alright, so of any of this stuff that we have, do we care about dropping any of it? I don't think so. Wait, do you match the one thing I need on the bottom? Ah, you do. Alright, so I need to pick one item up that I think will be worth very little. Let's pick up this cup. And then... And then... There we go. Just so my shelf is finally complete. That's all I cared about. Completing the shelf. Let's go over here. Let's go. There we go. Cleave point. All that go in there. You go in there. Kana goes in there. Ooh, shit. We're officially out of room. Alright, so first things first, pull this out. Pull this out. Pull this out. Pull this out. There's nothing to do with that. Pull that out. We'll start with this. We have the territory thing up, right? Yep. Okay, so upgrade the iron. I don't know why we left the window. Upgrade the steel. Upgrade all this steel to star metal. Nice. Upgrade all of this to Asmodium. Make some silver Iggy knots. Make some charcoal. Make one orichalcium. Alright. Smelting has leveled up. Nice. Took a little bit out. And we're about to shove it back in there. Alright, everything else goes in the... here. Right? I mean, I guess I could pull the steel Iggy knots out. They are level 3, right? There you go. There you go. Go deal with that. That's 500 pounds. Like, how much is that? Yeah, 500 pounds of steel Iggy knots. We have now made room. We did it. Alright, gems go in there, reagents can go in there. Cooking goes in here. Resources go in here. Crafting mods go into Cutlass. Fishing goes in Windsward. 306. You know, the day I decide to finally level fishing, I have all kinds of lore that I'm gonna have. All this shit, we're just gonna throw this the hell out. Let's be honest. You can go in there, that's fine. You can go in here, and that's fine. You can go in here, that's fine. Everything else doesn't matter. Let's go to Brimstone. Brimstone is almost full. Brimstone is full. Alright, Brightwood. You're gonna start housing for now. Until we can find a new home. So many potions. I might actively just start throwing these potions on the ground, to be honest. So you should be wood. You should be cloth. And you should be leather. We're starting to catch back up on wire fiber. Starting to. How much star metal do we have right now? 511 star metal. That might be enough to make it worthwhile to engineer and grind up. What's our engineering at anyway? 128. I mean, be 14 per. We would have to get wood and leather, which we can get wood and leather right outside the front door here. Alright, we have it. So in theory, I could take the star metal. Alright, hold on. No. Engineering level up. Calculator. New world. We are currently 128. We want to get to 150. What do you suggest we make? Star metal blunderbusses. Because it would take less metal. I mean, I could do this right now. This would give us 400 per. What's the ammo give me per? So for every... That's 8 for 4,000. I can just make ammo then. The only problem with doing the ammo is it eats high level stuff. So let's grab the star metal real quickly. We'll do a round of blowing stuff up so we can free up room. So star metal. I think the one takes... It's... Oh, it's cloth on one, it's leather on the other, if I recall. So I'll be able to make arrows. Which arrows is the thing we're really hurting for. So we can make a couple rounds of arrows. Arrowed. Alright, so let's go to arrows. How many... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need 9. So that'd be 90. Do I have enough for 90? I don't know if I have enough for 90. Oh, I do. Because each one is 100, right? So 10 would be 1,000. So 90 would give us enough arrows that our arrows would equal our bullets. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep. Okay, cool. Still have to burn through all of this ammo still, too. Okay, so now we go back to the original plan, which was to make the star metal blunderbusses. We use the cheap wood, we use the cheap leather, we make 41 of them. You are now an expert engineer. Yes, I am. Look at me. The greatest engineer who has ever existed. I don't even know what that title gives me. It's broken, so I can't see it. I'm assuming it's for crafting so many times. Here, let me fix my shit. Now let's go back to the Star Metal blunderbusses. Blunderbusses. We're at 141 now. 12 more. We'll stop at this point because what we'll get back is I like how they want me to burn Azure chunks here. I'm like, no. We're not burning Azure. Like, how many? Wait, hold on. We're 143 now. How many Azure trucks would they want me to? 392. We have 30. They're saying it will cost me 842 gold on current price. Well, I don't know if that's current prices for my server. Let's find out. 1,372 gold on my server. So, not worth. All right, and then we're gonna break all these. And then we're gonna hold the 32 because that's ammo. Anyone want to carry me through? Anyone want to carry me through depths? No. Okay, you go in there. You know what? I'm just gonna throw this in here for now. Alright, wouldn't go in here for now. So there we go. We took another hit out of our charged sand. Cut. Yeah, that's another chunk out of our engineering that we have to go through. Will I get paid? You are not a god. Wow. People are going hard on this guy. Can't believe I didn't get any, Master Arcane! Yes, please. Look at that. Almost 178. Alright, so let's go upgrade you. Let's upgrade you. We're gonna do the song and dance back and forth. Upgrade lower gems. Come over here. Convert. Upgrade lower gems. Convert. Oh, you got two bunnies. You paid for your one. Oh yeah, well I have 3 doggos. So I'm winning. That's what I'm going with. I'm winning. I'm hoping that this is all just some like 1 or 2s. I'm hoping we don't have a bunch of 1 that we're like really far behind. Because that means we've been really low on that specific essence for a while now. Can't wait until I make those statues. Okay, so now we go back to here and we merge to blue. And hope that we get a couple of, like, double ups. Doesn't look like we're gonna be that lucky. It really doesn't look like we're gonna be that lucky. Our Monarch's Bluff, like, rep is just banging, man. Level 50. Like, shit. Alright, so now we see... Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. We're behind on Amber. We're way behind on Earth. Way behind on Air. On Death. On Life. Death. Air. I mean, we're getting free gems. That's a plus, right? Ooh. You like that? That's something we should really work on. We have the steel for it. We have, like... We have the steel. I just realized we have the steel. So, our current level on weaponsmithing is 127. Let's update. We wanted to get to 150 is the big one. How much steel? 1,573. And a bunch of greenwood and a bunch of leather. We could take a chunk in this right now. Oh, it's saying making star metal great swords. Are we really at star metal? Yeah, we are. Damn. Because they're suggesting Azure chunks also. $5,505 gold worth of Azure chunks. 271 gold versus greenwood. 232 gold worth of rawhide. So it would cost me 6 grand to get the 150. The big reason why I want 150 is, where is it at? We have 44. We have 44 books locked and loaded to feed into this shit the second we get 150. Alright. You can go in there, you can go in there. You can go in there. Cool. And just some use on 625 will give you like sorta partial refund in. Wait, what happened? What do we yeah, report. Report Prime guys. Oh god, what did he write? Translate. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is bad. What does that mean? Hold on. LAGIANKANNIH. All right. Yeah, this is. I typed in what he typed. Like holy shit. SENANG. Oh, that one's not that bad. But like he was literally like typing some really bad things. Wait, hold on. Oh, this person typed, "What a dick," in Sundanzi. More people cursing like this is an Xbox game in a foreign language like we can't access a translator. Toxic alien language? Okay. Alright, hold on. Let's see what this person wrote. That's Kalin Pada Canyol. You guys are being ridiculous. Yes, NYURUHNGERIPORTORG. That person is talking about, well, this person is criticizing us in Indonesian for speaking Indonesian. Jesus. I can only imagine. We already dealt with the one guy that. Well. Asking for people to report someone and refers to a foreign language as alien. There you go. Goodbye, bro. You're gone. Anyone else needs to be silenced. I wish to silence all the idiots. Wow, this person wrote, I hate little, really bad word. Holy shit. Oh my god. Boys and girls, this is not Xbox Live. We have access to translator apps, so saying stupid shit is just Take it back to the Xbox and stay there. It's so true. This is not Xbox Live. I mean, alright, I should say Sony Live, like basically any of those, like, most of the consoles, if you play on, like, oh my god, I cannot have my mic on in GTA 5. I still play GTA 5 online every once in a while, you know, just like for shits and giggles when I just want to fly a jet around for a while, shoot a couple missiles, have a grand old time. Like, I still, like, every once in a while, I still do it, right? But the one thing I have to do is I have to make sure my chat is off. Because there is always DJ Master Awful, which I call. It's the person that, like, they keep their mic open and they think they're this, like, great DJ. And so they're just blasting music.
and they have like a Logitech desk mic that came from like an AST computer in the 1990s that's been handed down 3 generations. Like, that's what it sounds like. So it just sounds god awful. You have those people, and then you have like the mega toxic children who just are like, my mom's in the other room, so now I can say all the naughty words I want to all of you. And then the third group is the elders of the community cursing at and screaming at the teeny boppers using really screwed up language, by using really screwed up language at them. And then you have me, who just mutes it all because I just don't want to deal with it. Oh my god. I like the one person. Is this the toxic garbage devourer brought to us? We did not have problems with this before they brought Devourer onto our server. So, what time is it? Alright guys, it is 4 o'clock. It is about that time that all our good Siegfried... What's going on with my head? My head's on fire. Anyway, it's time that all good Siegfrieds go to bed and get some rest. A big shout out for everyone for hanging out this evening. Thank you so much for everything as always. I think I'm just gonna do the quick out. My stomach has started to really act up, and I need to like lay down, take some more Tums, and get off my stomach. So tomorrow night we're going to be episode 1962. We may continue more New World. I'm looking for a game. I haven't switched back to League because there is an issue with League right now. So we'll talk about that another time. Other than that, thank you so much for hanging out. If you are new to the program, make sure you mouse over that follow button. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, make sure you hit that bell, the subscribe, the thumbs up. There's like a trillion buttons on YouTube. Or for instantaneous gratification, just hit the follow button on Twitch. Even if we're not live during the next broadcast, I will make sure you get a shout out as a way of saying thank you. I even push buttons. I will, look, this person, he hasn't been here in a good bit. So here, you get another thank you. Bam! This is what I do. I just always thank you guys for always supporting the company. The company. Supporting me and being company. There you go. That's proper English. This is how I know I'm tired. Episode number for the people on the YouTube community. You're about a day behind right now. Yeah, 1959 just went up, but I am going to be hiding that. Yeah, 1959 is only 30 minutes. I was really sick that day. But that one's up and going. So 60 is now I'm posting 60 now. The big thing is it's going to be marked as part B. Part A I'm not going to post to the YouTubes because it was only 30 minutes of me discussing whether or not I wanted to do what I wound up doing last night. And that part is the boring part, so I'm going to cut that out. It's cut out for the YouTube. But the second part, we talk about the OGL, what it means to me, the past, the present, the future of the OGL, with me and my best friend. And it's really, really, really important to me. And so we went over it. There's more news that came out today, but I can't talk about that because I am not allowed to say bad things about other companies because of promises I made through contracts. But all right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you all here tomorrow as we continue the 6-year challenge. That's right, 6 years of streaming straight, non-stop, because I'm crazy. 1,961 streams straight. And we'll see you here tomorrow for 1,962. Until then, guys, button! That's right. Button.